Representative Getz. All right. The House will come to order. Members will be at their seats. This clerk has opened the roll. You may record your presence. Please rise and give your attention to our guest chaplain, Pastor Jeremy Krenzen, Redemption Bible Church, Baldwin City, Kansas, guest of Representative Sappington, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance, led by Representative Curtis.
Good morning. Would you join me in prayer? Father, as we approach your throne today, we declare that you are God and we are not. We recognize that the authority we exercise as leaders does not belong to us. It is a stewardship we have received under King Jesus' sovereign rule. We thank you for his blood shed on the cross for sinners like us that makes it possible to approach you not with dread, but with joy and a clear conscience. Father, may every person here avail him or herself of Jesus' sacrifice by turning their hearts away from their sins and trusting in him alone for forgiveness and eternal life with you. I ask you, Father, to let righteousness prevail today in the decisions that are resolved here, according to your word, for your glory and the good of Kansans. Move in the hearts of these lawmakers to promote self-control in our state and in the laws they enact. And Lord, may all that's done in this house today be done in the awareness that you will require an accounting for it on the last day. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Has every member had the opportunity to record their presence? The clerk will close the roll and record the attendance. The Speaker recognizes Representative Schlingensiepen on a point of personal privilege.
Right here.
Sorry about that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Maria the Mexican, founded by Topeka sisters Maria and Tess Cuevas, is known for its distinctive fusion of traditional Mexican mariachi with American roots, rock, blues, soul, and funk. Their sound bridges cultural and generational divides while honoring their Kansas heritage. The sisters are granddaughters of mariachi pioneer Maria Teresa Alonso Cuevas, who is the band's namesake and the founder of Mariachi Estrella, one of the nation's first all-female mariachi ensembles. I used to listen to their grandmother as a kid at the Fiesta Mexicana. The Mariachi del Sol, her band, was unfortunately struck when the walkway at the Hyatt Regency Hotel in Kansas City fell and killed 114 people, including 4 of their grandmother's bandmates, and she too was very seriously injured in that. And so her granddaughters carry on the musical tradition, and have expanded their musical horizons and demonstrated the transparency of this music to so many different influences. And so we're very proud to honor them here this morning. And with that, I'll turn this over to Representative Mosley.
Thank you. And I'm very excited because I got a chance to see that my yoga instructor had a very powerful voice. After performing with Estrella for decades, the sisters carried this legacy forward in 2012. They partnered with musician Garrett Nordstrom to create the band's signature bilingual genre blending style. Their work includes albums such as South of the Border to Moonlight, explores identity and cultural belonging while expanding representation of Mexican American artists. Featured on NPR member stations such as KCUR in Kansas City and Kansas Public Radio in Lawrence, they are recognized as cultural ambassadors, preserving and evolving Kansas's Mexican American musical heritage. Most recently, the group received the 2026 Governor's Art Award for Excellence in Artistic Achievement. Please join me in celebration of Maria the Mexican for their continued artistic contribution. Mr. Speaker, I ask that our words be spread across the journal. Thank you. Thank you.
Without objection, so ordered. The Speaker recognizes Representative Mosier on a point of personal privilege.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. What do volleyball, rabbits, football, agronomy, basketball, animal care, track, and future business leaders have in common? Students in the Twin Valley League and Marysville High School excel in all these areas. Jonathan Wright, senior at Washington County High School, received national recognition for being crowned the 2025 American Rabbit Breeders Association King on November 14th in Indianapolis, Indiana. Jonathan participates in his family business, the Rabbit Barn, and currently has 130 breeding does and bucks in his inventory. And last year he raised 300 healthy kits. The Washington County FFA agronomy team earned the title of national champion in October 25 at the National FFA Convention in Indianapolis. They were earlier named state champs in May of 2025. Amber Colley placed 5th overall, Dawson Strunk 6th, Jonathan Wright 7th, and Destiny Christensen 27th. There were 36 teams with a total of 144 individuals in the contest. This win marks the 3rd national championship in agronomy for Washington County FFA. They had back-to-back titles in 2008 and 2009. The Washington County FFA advisor is John Kern. Members were posed questions regarding soil and water quality, pest management, nutrient management, and crop management. Next, the Washington County High School Nursery Landscape Team was named state champions at the state convention in May 2025. Team members include McKenna Elliott, state champion, Tanner Baker, third, Williams Vonda placed sixth, and Caden Meadows placed 18. Valley Heights High School senior Dustin Denton from Blue Rapids was recognized as the FFA State Star Farmer at the FFA State Convention in May 2025. He is a freshman at KSU, and he was accepted into the early admit program in the College of Veterinary Medicine. The Marysville High School Future Business Leaders of America won the National Champion Chapter Career and Technical Education Celebration Award in April of 2025. This award focused on chapter excellence and technical education awareness activities. I counted at least 87 students in the photo in the June 5th edition of the Marysville Advocate. Hanover High School boys ended the Axtell High School's 4-year state title as 1A Division II state football champions on November 29th, 2025. The Axtell Eagles, as you have been aware the last 4 years here on the floor, held the crown from 21 through 24. And who was the state champion in 2020, the year before the Eagles began their 4-year run? Hanover Wildcats. With a 2025 record of 13-0, this is the 7th state title under Coach Matt Heyer. Let's go to state basketball 2025. With a record of 25-1, the Axtell boys won their first state basketball title in 1A Division II since 2013. The Centralia girls, with a record of 26-0, claimed the 1A Division I title. Hanover girls won back-to-back-to-back state champions after defeating TVL rival Lynn in the state final. This was the 3rd straight championship for the Lady Wildcats, and it was Lynn's first trip to the championship game in school history. State track, the Axtell Eagle boys and track and field teams soared to their 3rd straight state title, the first school in 1A Division II to do so. 7 school records were broken during the season, and 21 records were broken across the Twin Valley League. Last fall, 2025, state volleyball, Hanover defeated TVL district rival Lynn in the state volleyball championship 25-16, 25-14. Lady Wildcats went 5-0 at the state. This was their 4th state title in 6 years. And just last weekend, there were rematches in the state basketball tournament, Hanover and Axtell, for the boys 1A Division II basketball title, with Hanover coming out on top. And the Lady Bulldogs of Lynn, who made their first trip to state last year, beat their rival, Hanover Lady Wildcats, winning their first state title in school history. Please join me in congratulating some pretty amazing athletes, entrepreneurs, and focused students in House District 106. And I must thank my randomly selected helpers. I have not had a chance to order certificates yet, but I wanted everyone to see just how great the Twin Valley League is and the recognition. And I'm glad Jonathan was able to join us today. And Mr. Speaker Pro Temp, I ask that my words be spread across the journal.
That objection so ordered. Senate Bill 284 is withdrawn from the Committee on Interstate Cooperation and referred to the Committee on Health and Human Services. House Bill 2009 is withdrawn from the Committee on Interstate Cooperation and referred to the Committee on Health and Human Services. House Bill 2010 is withdrawn from the Committee on Interstate Cooperation and referred to the Committee on Health and Human Services. House Bill 2375 is withdrawn from the Committee on Interstate Cooperation and referred to the Committee on Health and Human Services. Senate Bill 431 is withdrawn from the Committee on Insurance and referred to the Committee on Health and Human Services. House Bill 2600 is withdrawn from the Committee on Interstate Cooperation and referred to the Committee on Health and Human Services. HCR 5026 is withdrawn from the Committee on Interstate Cooperation and referred to the Committee on Health and Committee on Federal and State Affairs. House Bill 2785 is withdrawn from the Committee on Health and Human Services and referred to the Committee on Appropriations. Senate Bill 360 is withdrawn from the Committee on Health and Human Services and referred to the Committee on Insurance. House Bill 2551 is withdrawn from the Committee on Health and Human Services and referred to the Committee on Insurance. House Bill 2244 is withdrawn from the Committee on Health and Human Services and referred to the Committee on Insurance. House Bill 2157 is withdrawn from the Committee on Insurance and referred to the Committee on Health and Human Services. House Bill 2100 is withdrawn from the Committee on Insurance and referred to the Committee on Health and Human Services. House Bill 2695 is withdrawn from the Committee on Insurance and referred to the Committee on Health and Human Services. House Bill 2369 is withdrawn from the Committee on Insurance and referred to the Committee on Health and Human Services. Senate Bill 328 is withdrawn from the Committee on Insurance and referred to the Committee on Health and Human Services. Messages from the Senate, the clerk will read.
The Senate adopts the Conference Committee report on House Bill 2468.
Body, we will stand at ease. We're waiting on the House resolutions from the revisor's office. It appears that they have arrived, so give us just a few brief moments. Thank you. At this time, I would like to go ahead and welcome Representative Nguyen back to the chamber. Introduction of original motions and House resolutions, the clerk will read.
House Resolution 6038 by Representative Lewis, a resolution recognizing real men leaders for its dedication and work in providing Kansas youth with leadership, education, and opportunities.
On HR 6038, the Speaker recognizes Representative Lewis for a motion to adopt the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Whereas Real Men, Real Leaders is a nonprofit organization dedicated to teaching leadership skills to boys in grades 5 through 12. Over the past 5 years, approximately 250 boys have participated in the program. And whereas Real Men, Real Leaders focuses on leadership, communication, organization, and personal management by providing boys with meaningful exposure to community leaders and opportunities across government, private, social, and educational sectors. And whereas beyond its core curriculum, Real Men, Real Leaders offers a robust outdoor program centered on fishing, hunting, hiking, and other outdoor activities. Through this initiative, more than 80 boys have earned their lifetime hunter safety certification, opening the door for them to participate in hunting activities. In the past year alone, Real Men, Real Leaders conducted 35 hunts with approximately 115 boys participating. And whereas Real Men, Real Leaders provides grade 7 participants provides participants with an annual leadership trip to the Kansas State Capitol in Topeka, where the participants are able to meet the governor, visit with legislators, and tour the Capitol building. This program has been recognized on both the House of Representatives and the Senate floors, giving the boys firsthand exposure to how state laws are made and encouraging them to envision themselves as future leaders who can run for office. And whereas servant leadership is a foundational part of Real Men, Real Leaders' mission, as demonstrated by the completion of over 2,000 hours of community service by the boys last year for numerous events and organizations. And whereas most recently, Real Men, Real Leaders launched its first girls program called She Leads, selecting an inaugural group of 15 girls in grades 5 and 6 from a pool of 55 applicants. She Leads provides mentorship, community engagement opportunities, and hands-on leadership experiences to inspire girls to use their voices and lead with purpose. While this program began with an intentionally small cohort, it anticipates growing rapidly in the future. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the House of Representatives of the state of Kansas that we recognize Real Men, Real Leaders for its dedication and work in providing Kansas youth with leadership education and educational opportunities. Be it further resolved that the clerk of the House shall send an enrolled copy of this resolution to me, Representative Lewis. And with that, I would ask that the body stand and recognize Real Men, Real Leaders. We have Ronaldo Mesa, who is actually a former member of this House, who's leading the charge here, Ronaldo. And we also, stand. And we also have the 10 of the boys here and more in the back. So thank you. And I ask that my words be spread upon the journal.
Representative, this is a House resolution. Could you please make a motion?
I move that they be spread across the journal.
I believe the correct motion, Representative, is that you move to adopt HR 6038 for the.
Thank you. The third time a charm. I move to adopt resolution 6038.
You've all heard the motion. All in favor, signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion carries, and your words will be spread across the journal without objection, so ordered. Introduction of original motions and House resolutions. The clerk will read.
House Resolution 6039 by Representative Getz, a resolution recognizing and honoring Spark Wheel for its outstanding service to Kansas youth and families and commending its leadership, staff, volunteers, and partners for their tireless dedication and commitment to empowering the next generation of Kansans.
On HR 6039, the Speaker recognizes Representative Getz for a motion to adopt the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Body, today is a great day to honor this great group. I want to make introductions first. We have some students that took off of spring break to come hang out with us at the Capitol today. So definitely want to honor JoJo Concanon, Davian Anderson, and Dietrich Johnson Jr. And then from the Spark Wheel staff, who will be honoring with the resolution is Melissa Martin, Ethan Sperling, Allie Kerbeau, Nate Wallace, Carlos Kelly, Nikki Smith, Dwayne Anthony, and Chad Kincaid, and also Michael Williams as a part of all the different forms of staff that Spark Wheel has. Today, a resolution recognizing and honoring Spark Wheel for its outstanding service to Kansas youth and families and commending its leadership staff, volunteers, and partners for their tireless dedication and commitment to empowering the next generation of Kansans. Whereas Spark Wheel partners with schools, businesses, and community organizations across the state of Kansas to provide mentorship opportunities, leadership development, mental health support, career exploration, and wraparound services designed to meet the holistic needs of Kansas youth. Spark Wheel zealously works to remove barriers to opportunities by providing resources, trusted relationships, and individualized support to students navigating academic, social, and personal challenges. Spark Wheel's dedication to innovation, accountability, and measurable impact strengthens Kansas schools and communities by helping to ensure that students are not only prepared for graduation, but equipped to thrive beyond this and other future milestones. Now therefore be it resolved by the House of Representatives of the state of Kansas that we recognize and honor Spark Wheel for its outstanding service to Kansas youth and families and commend its leadership staff, volunteers, partners for their tireless dedication and commitment to empower the next generation of Kansas. Be it further resolved that we encourage the continued support for Spark Wheel's mission and celebrate its lasting contributions to the state of Kansas. Would everyone please stand and honor these amazing students and leaders in our state. And Mr. Speaker, I move to adopt the resolution 6039 honoring Spark Wheel.
You've all heard the motion. All in favor, signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion carries.
And I also request that my words be spread across the journal.
Without objection, so ordered. Introduction of original motions and House resolutions. The clerk will read.
House Resolution 6040 by Representatives Essex, Alcala, and others, a resolution recognizing, honoring, and commemorating the life and service of Representative John Resman.
On HR 6040, the Speaker recognizes Representative Essex for a motion to adopt the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not going to read the resolution. It is basically an impressive resume of Representative Resman, I wanted to share a little bit more of the personal side. So I'm going to take the time to do that right now. Representative Resman, he held many titles: veteran, police officer, captain, state representative, but nothing meant more to him than the title of husband, father, and grandfather. Each day when the work was done in the legislature, John would make a beeline for his car to get home to Liz. He often talked about his grandson and couldn't wait to get to Australia, as you've already heard. And when he returned this session, I'm sure you saw a few photos on his phone. John's law enforcement experience gave valuable insights on public safety and justice in his committees and for his constituents. He was serving the people up until his last day as he was going through his early morning routine just to get back to work. He had messages waiting for him in his office, but these messages were different because he was more than just a lawmaker. When someone felt unsafe in their home, they called John. When constituents presented a problem, he was the one that they would call to solve it. I did get a text message from a friend of mine that lives in John Resman's district that shared that he directed them for special needs services and was there for them every step of the way when they adopted some special needs children. He even went to the adoption just to be a support to that family. In fact, the Wednesday before his death, he was scrambling to get his testimony together for an impromptu hearing in the Senate. This was his bill, and it was important to him. It was about protecting victims of domestic violence by notifying them through electronic monitoring if their perpetrator was released pre-trial. It had already passed the House with 118 votes. Many of you probably remember that. Thursday, he had a sense of satisfaction knowing that that hearing went really well and it will likely move forward. That was his last day on the floor. He cared so much for people. Many described him as a man of few words. That was his signature, quiet strength. He attacked the problem instead of attacking people. He spoke with humility, never grandstanding. He wasn't interested in sound bites, only results. He was not an attention seeker or craving validation. He didn't need the credit. When he heard an amendment or an idea that he thought was good, he would support it regardless of who was behind it. He knew why he was here. It wasn't about the next election. It was about serving with purpose, staying above the fray, and setting the example of what it means to be a constituent advocate, not an activist. John died much like he lived. He wanted no funeral or fanfare, although his military and law enforcement record would have earned him a ceremonial send-off. He did not need or want that attention. So today we recognize and honor the life and service of Representative John Resman and express our deep appreciation for his unwavering commitment to the people of Kansas and to District 121. We express our deepest condolences to his beautiful family and extend our thoughts, prayers, and support to them during this difficult time. My charge to this legislature and for those who come after us: live like John lived and serve like John served. Mr. Speaker, with every member of the House as co-sponsors, I move for the adoption of this resolution and ask that my words be spread across the journal.
You heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion carries. Without objection, so ordered. The time has arrived to vote on the motion of Representative Mosley to withdraw House Bill 2188 from the Committee on Military and Veteran Services. Okay, it's not in the script. And to be placed on general orders. I will now open the roll. You may cast your vote. This is not a roll call vote. Seeing 15 hands, it is now a roll call vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? Clerk will close the roll. Does desire to change their vote? Seeing none. With 36 having voted in favor and 86 against the passage or pulling the bill out of committee, the motion fails. Senate Bill 473 appears on the consent calendar for the third day. Is there objection? Seeing none, it'll be advanced to final action. Final action, clerk will read.
Senate Bill 473 by Committee on Agricultural and Natural Resources, an act concerning real property relating to the conveyance of certain property in Waubonsee County, authorizing Alderman of Kansas to convey such property, requiring any deeds and conveyances related to such property be reviewed and approved by the State Historical Society.
This constitutes final action on Senate Bill 473. The clerk will open the roll and may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Hoffman votes aye. Representative Wilburn votes aye. Any further changes? Representative Martinez votes aye. Representative Oropeza votes aye. Any further changes? Seeing none. With 121 having voted in favor and 2 against the passage of Senate Bill 473, same having received a constitutional majority of the bill, so hereby declare passed. The clerk will record the vote. Final action, the clerk will read.
Senate Bill 321 by Committee on Transportation, an act concerning roads and highways, designating certain bridges on United States Highway 69 and 18th Street Expressway in Johnson County as a Representative Robert F. Tomlinson Memorial Bridge and a bridge on Interstate 135 in Sedgwick County as the Don Snyder Memorial Bridge.
This constitutes final action on Senate Bill 321. The clerk will open the roll. You may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Poskin votes aye. Representative Susan Ruiz votes aye. Any further changes? Seeing none. With 123 having voted in favor and 0 against the passage of Senate Bill 321, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Final action, the clerk will read.
Senate Bill 358 by Committee on Judiciary, an act concerning crimes, punishment, and criminal procedure relating to release of persons after conviction, requiring persons convicted of certain felonies to be held without bond in the county jail until sentencing.
This constitutes final action on Senate Bill 358. The clerk will open the roll. You may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Susan Ruiz votes aye. Any further changes? Seeing none. With 109 having voted in favor and 14 against the passage of Senate Bill 358, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Final action, the clerk will read.
Senate Bill 361 by Committee on Education, an act concerning education relating to school districts, authorizing foreign exchange students who reside with a host family to enroll in and attend the host family's resident school district, excluding any such students from the school district's open seat lottery process.
This constitutes final action on Senate Bill 361. The clerk will open the roll. You may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none. With 113 having voted in favor and 10 against the passage of Senate Bill 361, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. What am I waiting for? They've already closed it. It's already been recorded. You'll have to ask permission for the body. The clerk will read.
Senate Bill 366 by Committee on Transportation, an act concerning traffic regulations prohibiting for the use of a mobile telephone while operating a motor vehicle in a school zone or a road construction zone, permitting the display of certain lighting in road construction zones by vehicles and trailers engaged in highway construction and maintenance operations.
This constitutes final action on Senate Bill 366. The clerk will open the roll. You may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none. With 116 having voted in favor and 7 against the passage of Senate Bill 366, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. The clerk will read.
Senate Bill 382 by Committee on Education, an act concerning education, adding certain third parties who contract with school districts to the definition of a special teacher, authorizing special education state aid reimbursement for certain teachers who provide services pursuant to a contract, providing for the administration and proctoring of statewide assessments to a virtual school student by such student's virtual school.
This constitutes final action on Senate Bill 382. The clerk will open the roll. You may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Simmons votes no. Any further changes? Seeing none. With 111 having voted in favor and 12 against the passage of Senate Bill 382, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. The clerk will read.
Senate Bill 396 by Committee on Local Government Transparency and Ethics, an act concerning cemeteries authorizing the reorganization of the Clearwater Cemetery District, removing the Ohio Township from the district.
This constitutes final action on Senate Bill 396. The clerk will open the roll. You may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none. With 122 having voted in favor and 1 against the passage of Senate Bill 396, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Clerk will read.
Senate Bill 427 by Committee on Judiciary, an act concerning the Senate Committee on Confirmation Oversight, clarifying that the chairperson and vice chairperson shall have access to review tax information and Kansas Bureau of Investigation background checks on persons appointed to office who are subject to Senate confirmation.
This constitutes final action on Senate Bill 427. The clerk will open the roll. You may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Rajes votes aye. Any further changes? Seeing none, with 123 having voted in favor and 0 against the passage of Senate Bill 427, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. The Speaker recognizes Representative Will Carpenter for a motion to non-concur on House Bill 2250.
Thank you, Mr. Leader. House Bill 2250 was the naloxone opioid antagonist bill and passed out of here, and the Senate made some changes. We just want to take a look at that. So, Mr. Speaker, I move that the House non-concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 2250 and a conference committee be reported or appointed.
Is there discussion? Seeing none, Representative, you may close.
I close.
You've heard the motion. All in favor, signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion carries. The Speaker appoints Representatives Will Carpenter, Bryce, and Susan Ruiz as conferees on part of the House. The Speaker recognizes Representative Humphreys for a motion to non-concur on House Bill 2413.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House non-concur on Senate amendments to House Bill 2413. That was the theft of livestock bill that we had, and we want to make sure to see what the Senate did with those. And with that, I make my motion, then ask that a conference committee be appointed.
Is there discussion? Seeing none, you may close.
I close.
You've heard the motion. All in favor, signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Motion carries. The Speaker appoints Representatives Humphreys, Laura Williams, and Osmond as conferees on part of the House. Speaker recognizes Representative Humphreys for a motion to non-concur on House Bill 2652.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House non-concur on the Senate amendments to House Bill 2652 and that a conference committee be appointed. Just so you all know, this was the bill that we passed that had to do with the appellate court needed to report their progress on their cases.
Is there discussion? Seeing none, Representative, you may close.
I close.
You've heard the motion. All in favor, signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion carries. The Speaker appoints Representatives Humphreys, Laura Williams, and Osmond as conferees on part of the House. The Speaker recognizes Representative Kessler for a motion to non-concur on House Bill 2507.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 2507, the Senate got a hold of it. They added made a few changes. We're just going to kind of open this up, check it out, and kind of see what their intent is. This is the bill that was talking about the water stamp section and some fees for the hunting licenses. We passed this out of this body 122 to 2. So, and I don't think they made any big amendments. We just want to go in and check it out. So, Mr. Speaker, I move that the House non-concur in Senate amendments to the HB 2507 and a conference committee be appointed.
Is there discussion? Seeing none, you may close.
I close.
You've heard the motion. All in favor, signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion carries. The Speaker appoints Representatives Kessler, Schmoy, and Meyer as conferees on part of the House. Speaker recognizes Representative Kessler for a motion to non-concur on House Bill 2568.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Same thing. This is another wildlife and parks bill. This is one that they're changing and taking a look at some of their fees for camping, utility, vehicle permits, and stuff like that. We had this in the House. It passed this body 120 to 2, and they made a couple changes to it. We're just going to open it up, take a look at it, and find out why. So, Mr. Speaker, I move that when the House non-concur in the Senate amendments to House Bill 2568, and then a conference committee be appointed.
Is there discussion? Seeing none, Representative, you may close.
I close.
You've heard the motion. All in favor, signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion carries. The Speaker appoints Representatives Kessler, Schmoy, and Meyer as conferees on part of the House. The Speaker recognizes Representative Francis for a motion to non-concur on House Bill 2605.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 2605 was a road naming bill for Under Sheriff Brandon Gady, US 36 in Phillips County. Senate made a change to it, so we want to take a look at it. Mr. Speaker, I move that the House non-concur in Senate amendments to House Bill 2605 and that a conference committee be appointed.
Is there discussion? Seeing none, you may close.
I close.
You've heard the motion. All in favor, signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion carries. The Speaker appoints Representatives Francis, Essex, and Helgerson as conferees on part of the House. The Speaker recognizes Representative Mosley for a change of vote.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe that the Speaker had a difficult time seeing over the computer screen when I was trying to change my vote on SB 361, so I would like to change my vote from a negative to an affirmative.
This requires unanimous consent. I don't know, after not being able to see over the computer screen. I will let that one slide. Is there anybody else that might object? Seeing none, your vote is changed. Thank you,
Thank you.
Representative. The Speaker recognizes Majority Leader Croft for a motion to suspend the rules to permit amendment and debate on final action.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Rule 2311, I move that an emergency be declared and that House Bill 2698 and House Bill 2368 be advanced to that order of business, final action on bills and concurrent resolutions subject to amendment and debate.
You've heard the motion. All in favor, signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion passes.
For the purposes of carrying House Bill 2798, the Speaker recognizes Representative Turk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We did have committee amendments, and I move the adoption of the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Motion passes.
I didn't write that down in front of me, so I'm glad I remembered it. I didn't want to get caught in that conundrum. All right. HB 2798, the House substitute. This essentially allows state education institutions, the Big Six, to negotiate and promulgate policy approved by the Kansas Board of Regents, including statutes concerning execution of contracts, procurement of goods and services, transactions involving easements, disposition of surplus property, the establishment of hospitality limitations, and participation in the Kansas Quality Program. For the purpose of this bill, and I learned a new phrase here recently, state educational institutions means Emporia State, Fort Hays State, K-State, Pittsburgh State, and KU and Wichita State. The bill authorizes the institutions to execute contracts, procure goods, and grant and convey the easements. It exempts the state educational institutions from any additional policy, process, or procedures requiring the submission and review and the approval. So essentially what this does, what we currently have are several layers of red tape. Bouncing to the D of A for approval, bouncing to the Attorney General's for approval, et cetera, et cetera. What this does is it brings it back down to the most local level, a form of local control, if you will, and allows KBOR and the institutions to negotiate policy to streamline the processes described. A little bit of the background with this, it came to, this was a focus started months and months ago with all of the stakeholders involved, to include the executive branch, the governor's office, the speaker's office, the majority leader's office, higher education budget committee. We've all had a piece in this process, and the timing of it has led us to today. I think it's a solid piece of legislation that has brought a lot of people to the table to negotiate, and a lot of people have their hand on it. And it's a good piece of legislation that removes red tape and allows these institutions to save taxpayer dollars. So many examples were given in testimony about construction projects that were elongated, things that should have taken 6 months in the private sector, taking 18 months, costing taxpayers $12 million here, $25 million there. The list went on and on and on and on. When contracts need to be approved by a dozen different people, all given the same cookie cutter responses, this just eliminates some of that stuff and saves the taxpayer dollars. That has been the tasking for the higher education budget from day one of this session. I feel like this keeps and continues that mantra in our budget subcommittee. And with that, I'll stand for questions.
Does any member desire to speak to the bill? Speaker recognizes Representative Amix.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Substitute for House Bill 2798. Got to tell everybody, as I told folks in our agenda meeting this morning, last Thursday afternoon when this bill originally came, I was not a supporter of it. But through a lot of hard work by quite a few people, I think that this has turned into a pretty good bill and one that I can stand here and tell you that I do support. I want to thank everybody on the committee for the hard work that they've done, and our chairman, the work that he did, and our staff, they did a super job also. So anyway, with that, I would appreciate your support on this bill, substitute House Bill 2798. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Speaker recognizes Representative Christy Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Normally, I think all of us believe in balance. We want the check and balance of the legislature and the other branches. And the same is true when we talk about our universities and K-Board. There should be balance. There should be always that additional look or that additional check. So with that in mind, Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment.
The amendment appears short. The clerk will read.
I move to amend substitute for HB 2798 on page 2 in line 33 by striking any, in line 34 by striking person, and inserting a public entity or public utility.
Representative Williams, would you like to explain your amendment?
Yes, I would. Thank you. An easement is normally, as we would think about it, as a non-possessory right to a piece of land. Maybe it's for a drainage or a utility, or it could also be used for a park or a pond or a parking lot. But traditionally, you and I would think about this in the context of this bill to expedite the use for a traditional public utility. We want to make sure our universities are not held back from doing the work that they need to do. And we want to expedite their process so they don't have to go through layers and layers of bureaucratic red tape. But there's a place on page 2, and it is on lines 31 through 34. And just to be abundantly clear about the purpose and the intent, we've just changed a few words. So let's look at those lines real quick. This bill, if passed, would grant or convey right-of-way easements across, over, under, upon, or through any land belonging to the state. That would be our public land, your constituents' land, and under the custody and control of the Board of Regents to any person. The item with the changes that we're now going to be implementing, which gives the universities more authority beyond the Board of Regents once their rules are promulgated and approved. The question is that to any person. Because we're extending them extra authority, this amendment strikes to any person, and it replaces it with just a public entity or a public utility, so that the merits and what we can traditionally think of with a easement are maintained. And the reason we want to do that is because If we're going to give them extra authority and extra leeway, we don't want any policies to change traditionally what an easement is. So with that, I'll stand with questions.
Speaker recognizes Representative Amix.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could I ask the bringer of the amendment a question real quick? Question would be is that we want to change it to a public entity, the language that you have. What if a private individual is involved though?
The easement would have to be conveyed to a public entity. You cannot convey it to a private entity, a developer, or anyone else. So for example, a parking lot could not be conveyed to a private developer. It would only be able to be conveyed, as we traditionally think about easements, to a public entity, could be a municipality or a public utility.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, with that, no, we're fine with the amendment. Thank you very much. Thanks, Mr. Speaker.
Speaker recognizes Representative Turk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The concern essentially surrounds the definition of what is and isn't an easement. This makes you feel better. It's good. It doesn't change the core of the bill or the intent of the bill.
Seeing no further discussion, Representative, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just think having that extra layer with these changes is a good first step. I close.
You've heard the motion by Representative Christy Williams to amend. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The amendment passes. Representative Christy Williams, you still have the floor. The Speaker recognizes Representative Estes.
I support the overall concept of the bill and trying to make us more efficient. I think we've all said, can't we make things more common sense? There's one minor change I'd like to make to the bill that just adds a guardrail to the procedures or regulations that KBOR would adopt, and that is to prohibit a contractor from using an architect that is employed by or part of the same business entity as the contractor. And my rationale for that is I think it's important that there's somebody who is not paid by the contractor and worried about getting fired or any other retaliation to have the freedom to say, there's a flaw with this design, or these are the wrong materials and this is why. So with that, I have an amendment.
The clerk will read.
I move to amend substitute for HB 2798 on page 1 in line 28 after process by inserting and to prohibit a contractor from using an architect that is employed by or a part of the same business entity as such contractor.
Representative, would you like to continue to explain?
I offered my explanation on the front end, so I'll be happy to stand for questions.
For discussion, the Speaker recognizes Representative Turk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank you for letting me know this is coming ahead of time. I had the opportunity to speak to all the stakeholders involved. This, as I understand it, what she is putting into language is common practice as it exists already. So whether it was in here or not, this is how they would operate. It's just making it official. It is what it is. Thank you.
For further discussion, the Speaker recognizes Representative King.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I rise in opposition to this. It eliminates a potential tool in a toolbox to be able to deliver a project. And again, if we're really thinking about what's best for the universities, for the Big Six, this is something that I would be opposed to. And I think that an architect and a contractor being the same firm can be positive in certain situations. So I rise in opposition.
Representative Amix for further discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's a tough one, but I believe that we'll accept it as a friendly amendment. I do have a lot of respect for the previous speaker and, you know, positions and the work that's been done in the past by he and his organizations, but I think that we can accept this as a friendly amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Seeing no further discussion, Representative, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, I think this is an important guardrail that we have. I think the independence of somebody to be able to speak up is there. If a contractor does have a architect, it doesn't prohibit them from bidding on the job, but it does set an independent architect, and those two bids could be separated. With that, I close.
You've heard the motion to amend by Representative Estes. All those in favor, signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. We are back on the bill. Representative Estes, would you like to? Okay. Representative Carmichael.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have questions for the carrier of the bill.
Representative Turk.
Morning, Representative. I'd like to direct your attention to Section 6 of the bill at page 5. It discusses expenditures for official hospitality. And the boldface, not the italicized portion, appears to be the general law of Kansas. Is that correct?
Show me your school notes. Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And then the italicized language below, also within Section 6, says the general law of Kansas does not apply if these educational institutions promulgate whatever it is according to Section 1 of the bill.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Yep.
Okay. So this bill creates an exception to the normal regulation of official hospitality, correct?
Loaded question, not quite. I know where you're leading me here, and I'm going to jump ahead of you.
Okay, I'll unload it. Go ahead, explain it as you wish, please.
This doesn't remove this body's appropriation responsibility. Either way, just as if those, and I'm speaking to those in budget committees that understand what I'm speaking about specifically, as you see a budget, whether it's Department of Administration or KU, whatever, you will always see a line item that specifies this exact thing, right?
You mean official hospitality?
Yes, that's correct. Yes. And you, as an appropriator, always have the ability to appropriate whatever that number may be. This, the way it's worded, essentially removes it from the purview of the department administration. So imagine it as an Oreo cookie. It's taking out one of the layers.
And instead, it transfers that responsibility to the very institution that proposes to provide the free meals, drinks, athletic tickets, etc. It won't be the Department of Administration anymore. It'll be the universities making those decisions. Is that right?
No, it is still the appropriator making that final decision.
All right. Oh, by the way, do you know how much money is appropriated to the Regents institutions, the Big Six Regents institutions, for official hospitality?
I don't know. Is that a question to me or is that not?
I said, do you know
Of course
how
not.
much money
I'm not.
is appropriated
I'm not Sheldon
to the
Cooper.
big six?
I don't memorize.
To the big six. I'll try to ask the question slowly.
No.
Do you know?
That doesn't change anything, Mr. Attorney.
I'm
All right,
not an
gentlemen,
active
let's
attorney.
make sure we keep it civil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me ask my question. Do you know how much money is appropriated to the big six universities for official hospitality?
It changes every year. Nobody in this building knows that. And unless you just looked it up, you don't either.
That's why I asked you, sir. Do you know how much has been appropriated this year for that purpose?
I do not.
Thank you. I apologize, friends. I didn't think that was going to be that difficult. I've always had a problem with this concept of official hospitality, and I particularly have a problem with this in the context of educational institutions. Now, we could perhaps split hairs about when we get invitations from the regents, the universities, to basketball games, football games, all sorts of things that we as legislators can go enjoy for free, as to whether that's from the athletic department or whether that's from the university. But there's a whole host of other official hospitalities that our universities, in my judgment, waste money on. There's no good reason, for example, that legislators should be entertained by universities in the state system. We can buy our own whiskey, thank you. This makes the situation worse. As the representative explained to us, the Department of Administration, in other words, the governor's appointees, not the regent's appointees, now have at least some control over how much money universities waste on official hospitality. But be aware that if you vote for this bill, you're taking away that layer of supervision, that layer of oversight. And as far as I can tell, we're giving the big six universities carte blanche to spend money on booze and steaks and ball game tickets. And I'm not going to support that.
The speaker recognizes Minority Leader Woodard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I subbed in on the committee when we heard this bill, and I appreciate the committee's work for bringing all the stakeholders together to find compromise language that works for everyone. And we saw additional amendments today that made the bill even better. I think the most important part of this and the conversation we had in committee was when we asked the university leaders if they're able to find those efficiencies through this procurement process, how they will spend the money. And the chancellor's response was faculty and staff raises. There were instances with the bureaucracy over at the Department of Administration that ensured with the land conveyance that the state required the university to get 4 different appraisals for one project. We've had instances where some of the major capital campaigns and some of the major capital property buildings are decided by the Department of Administration versus the university's RFP process to find the most competitive bid. And so I think this eliminates some of the steps that have prevented our universities from being able to accomplish what they're looking to do. And this also frees up money to invest in the people that work on our college campuses with faculty and staff raises. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For further discussion, the speaker recognizes Representative Haskins.
Would the carrier of the bill stand for a question, please? I believe the body might appreciate the role of K-Board now, because the first bill brought up the question of what is their role? Are we depleting their obligations? They still need to negotiate with the university, but I wanted you to have an opportunity to maybe explain that.
Thank you for the question. I think it's a great point. I think we could back up all the way to the beginning of our time in the Higher Ed Budget Committee, where we started to hear problems from all kinds of stakeholders. And a lot of it had to do with kind of the ambiguity of some of the rules that come out of K-Board. I think what we do here is really make it very specific as to what K-Board's responsibilities are pertaining to the promulgation of these future policies, and made it very clear as to their role within it. And it really emphasizes the importance of that body and its role with these institutions. And it also reflects it back on us as legislators and our responsibility to then communicate and not only hold them accountable, but inversely have them hold us accountable to these same issues. So I think it has really doubled down on our relationship and K-Board's relationship within this structure.
And once again, the legislators haven't lost any power with this bill.
Absolutely, absolutely not. At the end of the day, we will and always will be the appropriators.
Thank you. Colleagues, I stand in favor of this bill, and I wanted to say that because I mentioned in our caucus meeting that if there were any amendments that I would be against it. Those amendments don't change overall the impact. It actually improves the amendments. To my colleague from Wichita, when it comes to the hospitality issues and the steaks and the whiskey, please keep in mind that universities are given discretionary funds through donors and private sectors. And to make an association that SGF money is being utilized inappropriately means that we are not fully seeing how they are properly funded, and that the direct connection is one that must be audited and must be made before we take away the steak dinners and the shows, the games. The last thing I would say is I enjoyed my experience on the higher ed budget. I want to make sure that people know that I know a few things about higher ed, being in the profession for 35 years. I just want you to have a continuance of this conversation and to remind the body that an investment in higher education is an investment in the future of our economy. We have continued to deplete the state general fund. KU gets 15% of their budget from the state general fund, but yet we demand so much from them in the areas of their academic quality. In 1980, students only had to cover 20% of the cost to attend. But according to the state higher education finance, now they come close to 41%. And the last thing I would say is while our obligation, the universities have decreased in our funding, we're having them be paid on the back of our students with tuition increase by 134% since 1980 to 2022. Please continue this conversation on the importance of higher education. Do not look at it as a private good. It is a public benefit. And I thank the chair for bringing this, and thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The speaker recognizes Representative Carmichael for a second time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hope that I misunderstood my friend from Topeka, because it sounds to me like we shouldn't be concerned about this booze and football tickets because it's not paid for with tax money. Instead, it's paid with donor money, money people donate out of the goodness of their heart to help the educational system. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Speaker recognizes Majority Leader Croft.
It's okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank everybody in this process going through this. This has been something that started back in the fall, and there was a conversation that's had with the speaker and several of the leaders of the universities. And so as they sat back and talked about, how can we make our research universities some of the best in the country? So when you think about robotics and things like that, you think about MIT. Well, what do you think about with our three universities? And that's kind of where it all started with this discussion. And as going through that process, they kept having conversations and going forward with it. And they kept asking for more research and looking at different ways and how different things are done in different states. They looked at Tennessee, that was brought up in the committee. They looked at other states and said, okay, how can they do this? And the goal that came out of this thing was, how do we enable our universities, all of them, to operate at the speed of innovation, but also the speed of business? And how do you do that? And so that's what was the driving factor in here. And how do we make it so our universities are recognized across this country as the leader? It is a very competitive environment that is out there for these universities. They compete for talent, students, the teachers they compete for. And what we want to do with our universities here is make it the best research experience, the best education experience, the best when they come out, that they are ready to go into the workforce and succeed and be leaders for this nation. And that's what we want to do. Yet in Kansas, our education, our higher education right now is operating at a little bit of a disadvantage because it's operating as a government entity, which it is. It's actually a state agency. And as you've already heard in many of the things, the procurement process, some of these other things are just absolutely difficult to get through. And it's very, very much a bureaucratic process. So as we sat back and we talked to the leaders, we said, all right, what is it that you're seeking in? And these meetings were led by the governor's office and going through that process. So they led the team. We all got together every couple of weeks and talked about this. The intention originally was to include the regionals and was to include the community colleges. We ran out of the time, if you will, could not get the meetings together and have everybody come together. So we started with the three R1s. And then, as you know, going through the process, as they saw the bill, then the regionals said, hey, we would like to be part of this. We could not justifiably include them right up front if we did not actually, include them in the meetings. So by them coming in and asking, I thought it made a lot of sense to do that. And I appreciate the committee for going through that and making sure it was a good process. Again, the purpose of this bill is to relieve the universities of some of the costly and the burdensome bureaucratic entanglements. What we did is we started by asking them, what are those entanglements for you? List them out for us. They gave us about 19 pages worth of information. And we've necked that down then to 9 main areas. And this bill covers about 3 of them. So there's a lot of work to be done here to help our universities operate at the speed of innovation, at the speed of business. But we got to start somewhere. And this gets us a first down, if you want to use those analogies. It makes great strides to improve the efficiency and effectiveness and competitiveness of our research, of all of our universities, if you will, to include drawing the best students and have the best student experience. Look, in this thing, I know change is not easy. Change is always, well, it's always easy as long as it's somebody else. But in this case, it's all of us, and we all have to have a little bit of change. But it takes a lot of us talking together, and it takes people coming together, which that did happen. This bill is a bargain. It is something we worked together, even to just a little while ago where we added 2 more amendments. We negotiated those out this morning, and I appreciate everybody coming together to do that. As you know, that's some of the stuff I really like to see that makes the bill stronger. And so with that, and it allows our research universities, as I said, and all of our universities to operate at the speed of innovation and the speed of business. And I want to thank all of you that were part of this process and that will continue to be a part of this process. This is just the beginning of making sure that Kansas and all eyes will be on Kansas and on our universities, and the students that we produce will be leaders for not only Kansas, but for the nation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For further discussion, the speaker recognizes Representative Helgerson.
I'll say from the beginning, I hadn't planned on speaking today. I had heard about this a couple months ago, that there was some work being done, but it was by other individuals. And what I heard from the majority leader was very clear in what their goal and their vision is to have research institutions similar to what we expect from the private sector. But I go back and say, look at where we have been with our institutions over the years. These are not just simply research institutions. They are to provide music, art, literature. It is not just simply about building a piece of equipment and making sure it is efficient and can get more jobs or train the jobs. It is about all of those other things that we expect in higher ed. One of the problems I have when I started hearing this morning was, well, this is for efficiency. Efficiency, great. Let's do it across the board. If we're having a problem about how we build a building, then we should come in here and stay in here till we fix it. That building across the street cost $140 million. And we were told it was going to cost 100. I agree, there are efficiencies and problems. But we are turning away more and more of our duty, not only as appropriators, but as the directions of the institutions that we believe. You know, there was a time that we had very finite information about the appropriations in the process and how much the contract cost. The appropriators made the decision, let's give it out to the bureaucrats. We did. And now we're complaining that they're not efficient. You look at the regions and see how far it has gone in the history of the last 20, 40 years. We have given them away, and there has been conflicts of interest. There has been wholesale gutting of programs, and maybe that's the direction we want to have. But maybe it should be held at a higher level, and it should be held in here. You know, I think that having 6 world-class research institutions are great. But I think the 6 research institutions can be done right along with everything's been talked about the universities. We can make them efficient, we can make them world-class and bring in the jobs, and we don't have to turn over the authority. You know, we had one example that I'll mention. I won't even say the university that said, we're going to get $35 million and we can do what we want. And when we asked them for the performance measures, they didn't have any. And they were originally turned down. But appropriators went ahead and gave the money over the objections of the highest authority in this room. You know, the problems you are creating now and continuing from the last many years of problems are going to wreak havoc on our institutions. If efficiency is what you want, I can work with anybody in here to obtain those efficiencies if they want to spend the time. I rise in opposition to the bill.
Seeing no further discussion, Representative, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will close with very, very good speech. I don't disagree with a lot of what he said. I'll leave the body with this little snippet of information, though, hopefully put you at ease. In our process, we added the following amendment that maintains the legislature's backstop and some of the things that he was concerned with. The legislator is authorized to request and receive from a state educational institution in the State Board of Regents a copy of all policies promulgated pursuant to this section and a copy of any signed contract with public or private entities for the operation, management, or support of any state institution, educational institution, facility, program, activities, etc. Each request for a copy of such document or documents shall be acted upon as soon as possible, but no later than the 5th day of business. We are not delegating our authority as legislators. Though many things he said, he has every right to say. A lot of things I agreed with. I don't know that this particular piece of legislation deals with any of those things or takes or removes any of those things. All great notes to remember as we continue as legislators in this body, moving forward with future pieces of legislation or budgetary appropriation. This particular piece of legislation, I feel, addresses his concerns, or they don't apply, one or the other. I will mention that this is good legislation, has just the right amount of flexibility in it. And this particular piece of legislation navigates that free market element that we consistently talk about, that we desire from these institutions, while maintaining our government oversight. And this is delicate, but I think with HB 2798, we have solid footing here. We have a good, solid step in the right direction. It's a bipartisan step in the right direction. We can't let one small policy disagreement within the whole package dismiss the good work of a bipartisan piece of legislation, the good work of a committee, and the good work of almost a whole session of conversations between all of these stakeholders. I think a lot of the things mentioned here deserve to be addressed in some form or capacity. I don't know that this bill is appropriate for some of those things. But again, I say that this piece of legislation is a good step in the right direction. And with that, Mr. Speaker, when the body rises and reports, I request that HB 2798 be voted on favorably.
Since we are on subject to amendment and debate, we will just go ahead and move into final action. So this constitutes final action on House Bill 2798. The clerk will open the roll. You may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing 10 hands, call is in order. Dorman will secure the doors. Clerk will read the roll.
Lewis, Adam Smith, Wilcott.
Representative Lewis votes aye. Not seeing 10 hands, call is raised. Does any other member desire to explain or change their vote? Seeing none. With 111 having voted in favor and 12 against the passage of House Bill 2798, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. Clerk will record the vote. For the purposes of carrying House Bill 2368, the Speaker recognizes Representative Bueller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There were committee amendments. I move the adoption of the committee report.
All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Motion carries.
Okay, I rise before the body to present House Bill 2368. Some of you might remember this from a few weeks back. As amended, it would enact the Anesthesiologist Assistant Licensure Act and provide the powers, duties, and functions of the State Board of Healing Arts in carrying out the act. The bill would provide for the anesthesiology assistant licensure, define the scope of the practice for AAs, require AAs to practice under a supervising anesthesiologist, and create a council to advise the board in carrying out the provisions of the act. I want to stop right there for a second. In the Social Services Budget Committee, when we look at something, we ask for the bluff, the bottom line up front. So let's talk today about what is the bottom line up front of this bill. So the bluff for HB 2368 is this. The licensure of it, so what it allows for is the licensure of certified anesthesiology assistants, and it will allow CAAs to safely practice to the full extent of their education and training in the state of Kansas. House Bill 2368 will create a solution for the deficit in our state's anesthesia healthcare delivery system. So that's the starting point. So as we covered a little bit last time, if you think about the jurisdictions of where this is already occurring in the United States, there are 24 jurisdictions, 22 states, and including the District of Columbia, where CAAs can already practice in the United States. There's growing recognition within those states and others that this practice should expand, and it's often driven by the need to address anesthesia shortages, which is the same here in Kansas. Additionally, there is federal recognition that CAAs are authorized to work in all of our VA hospitals. So that would be Topeka, that would be Wichita, and that would be the hospital in Leavenworth. And then let's talk a little bit about their education, because I think there have been some misnomers in terms of what it actually takes to be a licensed CAA. First off, they have a bachelor's degree, and it's typically pre-med or in a science-related field, and usually they'll take the MCAT as well. On top of the bachelor's degree, there is a 2.5-year master's program or a Master of Science in Anesthesia. Upon completion of their master's degree, then they have to take what's called the NCCAA exam, or the National Commission for Certification of Anesthesiology Assistants. On top of that, they have to be licensed by a state, and then before they even begin to practice, they must complete a minimum of 600 cases and 2,000 clinical hours. So these are highly trained people. And the difference between a CRNA and a CAA is that, as you know, the CRNA goes up through the nurse pipeline, and the CAA would typically go through like a pre-med one. Okay, let's talk about some of the issues or the concerns we've heard about. CAAs will impact the licensure of CRNAs. That's simply not true. There is no evidence to suggest or state that CAA licensure will result in reductions in CRNA programs or cohorts across the country. In fact, in every state where this has happened, the opposite is true. There's been a growth in CRNA programs, and there's been a growth in the number of CRNA slots in those states. In fact, the total number is, in those 22 states, there have been 38 new CRNA programs following the adoption of CAA licensure and practice nationwide. So let's look at some of the states. And if you look where Kansas is, we are surrounded by Missouri, Oklahoma, Texas below that, Colorado, and Iowa. All those states already have CAA licensure. Missouri granted licensure in 2003, and since that time, they've grown both their programs and the number of slots. In Oklahoma, the same is true. They were granted licensure in 2008, and they have the same increase in subsequent increase in CRNAs. In Colorado, CAAs were granted licensure in 2012. They've had 2 new programs added in the last 5 years in the state of Colorado. In Texas, CAAs were granted licensure in 1999, 27 years ago. There have been 3 new programs established in the last 2 years, and the overall cohort size in Texas has increased by 40% in the last 7 years. In Alabama, CAAs have been licensed since 1998. I'll skip some of the details that I have on that, but Alabama has increased the number of nurse anesthesia graduates by 86%, or growing 58 students in 2020 to 108 in 2025. So there is no impact at the educational level. Finally, I want to talk about Iowa. Iowa's program was established in 2022. It allows them to work as licensed professionals, assisting anesthesiologists. It enables them to practice under the supervision of a licensed anesthesiologist within Iowa's healthcare system. So I've been a member of the Health and Human Services Committee for the last 4 years. I've chaired the social services budget the last 2 years, and I've been a member of the Bethel Committee at least for the last 2 years, and I participated in a number of interim committees on healthcare in our state. All across the state of Kansas, we have shortages in all the health professions. Doctors, nurses, anesthesiologists, ophthalmologists, dentists, CRNAs, and CAAs, and the list goes on and on. One of the reasons that we had the 6th highest award in the country from the Rural Health Transformation Program is because the need is so great in our state. The bottom line is this: we cannot fix or address any of the deficiencies in healthcare staffing shortages if we continue to do the same thing. Now, opponents of 2368 and certified anesthesiologist assistants offer no solution to fix the shortage of anesthesia care in our state. Rather, they would defend the status quo, which systemically will leave voids of undelivered care in our state. This is about turf protection. It's simply about turf protection, and it does not recognize the need for expanded capacity in anesthesiology throughout our state. House Bill 2368 and the licensure of certified anesthesiology assistants will create a solution for a void in our healthcare delivery system, mostly in the larger metro areas where the need is the greatest. And ironically, what some see as a weakness of this bill is actually a feature, and this is where CAAs are required to be supervised under an anesthesiologist supervision. They will not harm or impact access to rural care. Similarly, adding additional providers in urban areas will not negatively impact care in those areas. CAAs will not harm oral surgeons or dentists. Simply not true. CAAs are already in use in the Kansas City metro area and neighboring states. So here's a few examples of level 1 trauma centers with hospitals that already utilize CAAs. And I would tell you or ask you, if any of you have had a relative who's been operated on at St. Luke's in Kansas City, gone under general anesthesia, you probably had a CAA, or that family member was probably under the care or with the supervision of a CAA. So here's some of the hospitals: St. Luke's in Kansas City, Missouri; Mercy Hospital, Springfield, Missouri; Cox Medical Center, Springfield, Missouri; University of Oklahoma Medical Center in Oklahoma City; UC Health at the University of Colorado Health in Aurora, Colorado; UC Health Memorial Hospital, Central, Colorado Springs, Colorado; University of New Mexico Hospital in Albuquerque, and there's three more in Texas that I'm not going to read. So today, we have a choice to add another valuable asset to our healthcare delivery system in the state of Kansas. So the chair of the House Health and Human Services Committee has added this mantra to our committee meetings. Colleagues, over the last 2 years, the Health and Human Services Committee has been laser focused on access to healthcare, workforce shortages, and expanding care by allowing providers to practice to the full extent of their education and training. House Bill 2368, licensure of highly qualified CAAs, will increase access to healthcare and will help our state reduce workforce shortages in anesthesiology. Colleagues, I urge you to vote favorably for passage for House Bill 2368, and with that, I will stand for questions.
For discussion, the speaker recognizes Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I rise in opposition to this bill because it would have unintended consequences, actually resulting in less access to high-quality health care in Kansas. Rather than increasing access to health care, this will ultimately have the opposite effect. While I'm sure that AAs are quite capable and trained, they cannot work independently in the way that a CRNA can. AAs are required to be supervised by an anesthesiologist. One anesthesiologist could supervise 4 anesthesiologist assistants. We've gotten a lot of emails from anesthesiologists, and I'd just like for you to consider the financial consequences of the passage of this bill for those anesthesiologists. They would directly benefit by being able to supervise 4 more people and get paid for that. The financial incentive, in my eyes, is a conflict of interest. The CRNA pipeline is dependent on having enough slots for critical care training for CRNA students, and that's my biggest issue. I was once told by a person lobbying to me for this bill to vote yes. They said that AAs are able to train CRNAs, so that would help with the critical care training slots that would be taken up. Unfortunately, AAs have a very different standard of training than CRNAs, so AAs could not supervise the training of CRNA students. I've heard discussion that there might be an amendment brought today, so I'd like to speak to that in advance. I heard that the amendment would make it such that AAs could only operate in certain counties, maybe more urban counties. I really have concerns about the constitutionality of such an arrangement. I don't think we ever say that barbers can only operate in certain counties. Why would we say that about another?
Representative, I'm going to have to bump you back to the bill. We are not currently on said amendment. You?
Happy to do that. According to a Newman University, Kansas employee, student RNAs are already losing cardiac and pediatric case care access due to AA expansion in Missouri and Oklahoma. Currently, there are more than 9 applicants for every CRNA spot in Kansas programs. If we pass this bill, the Kansas CRNA programs would be forced to reduce their class size. CRNAs in Kansas provide services in 100% of the state, and approximately 80% of the hospitals in Kansas rely on CRNA-only models. CRNAs have cared for our military personnel on the front lines since the Civil War. Many other states that have AAs working have more urban settings and critical care training spots than Kansas, so it's not a fair comparison. Join me in voting no to prevent this harmful unintended consequences and to protect rural health care in Kansas. Thank you so much.
Speaker recognizes Representative Susan Ruiz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I continue to be in opposition to this bill for the many things that has already been said. There are at least two issues here. One is that the CAAs cannot practice independently, and we've already talked about that over and over. So if they can't practice independently, they're working alongside, under supervision of an anesthesiologist. And so most likely, they're also working not in our rural areas, but in our urban areas. Sedgwick County, Johnson County. Actually, I don't think there are any in Wyandotte County. But it would be more in our urban areas where the AAs would be able to work alongside of the anesthesiologist. The CRNAs, on the other hand, can and do work independently. Thus, they do practice in all areas of the state, and they also help with sedation dentistry. And if you've heard about how difficult it is to be able to bring a dentistry to some of the rural areas, especially with children, they are able to do the sedation dentistry because they can work independently and work across the state. Another issue would be that the CRNAs would be forced to compete with the CAAs for their student slots, thus decreasing the number of CRNAs in our rural communities. I know that there's folks that are saying that no, that's not going to happen, but it will happen. And with our new funding for our rural communities, it's going to be really important that we be able to have more CRNAs be involved with that, but not if they're going to have to compete for those student slots. Now, if we want to have a whole other discussion about how important it is to be able to have more schools for CRNAs, CAAs, that's for another day, and it would be worth having the discussion. But that's not what the reality is right now. And for now, the CRNAs would be competing with the AAs for those student slots, and that will decrease the number of CRNAs that are able to work in our urban areas. For those reasons, I urge you to vote no on HB 2368. Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Representative Will Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Leader. We've heard a lot of it's AAs against the CRNAs, and that couldn't be farther from the truth. This is about our people in Kansas accessing the best health care that they can. So I bristle up when I hear that it's just AAs against the CRNAs. They both have places in our state. I have a lot of CRNAs that I know, and they're good friends and they do a lot of good work. And so this isn't about that. But in order to, we've heard a lot from the last time and over the last, oh my God, how many months have we been getting emails from CRNAs? Several months. We heard a lot from you guys, and a lot of you guys talked to me about the rural issue with CRNAs. So with that, Mr. Leader, I have an amendment.
The amendment appears short. Clerk will read.
I move to amend HB 2368 as amended by House Committee on page 5 in line 30 by striking 2026 and inserting 2027 on page 9 in line 12 after only by inserting 1, also on page 9 in line 18 after time by inserting and 2 in a medical care facility located in Douglas, Johnson, Sedgwick, Shawnee, or Wyandotte County on page 10 in line 27 by striking 2026 and inserting 2027 in line 29 by striking 2026 and inserting 2027.
Representative, would you care to explain your amendment?
I would. It's a very simple amendment. It just confines the AAs to Douglas, Johnson, Sedgwick, and Shawnee and Wyandotte counties. And with that, I'll stand for questions.
For discussion, the speaker recognizes Representative Susan Ruiz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. We did not in committee have a chance to discuss this amendment. As a matter of fact, I actually thought this bill was no longer viable. We had, it was on we said no on a voice vote on the bill, and now here it is. And now we have an amendment that the committee did not get a chance to hear and debate. And so now here is the amendment. I stand with what I've already said. I don't know if we can dictate where specific professionals can practice. So I'm not totally sure about that, and I think that's something that we need to ask. So I will ask the bringer of the amendment.
Yes.
Hi, Representative.
Good
Afternoon. Can we dictate to a professional as to where they can practice?
Thank you for that question. So according to the revisers, this is a constitutional amendment. It's possible.
A constitutional amendment. Representative Carpenter, can you say more about that? What that means, constitutional amendment?
Let me get my email. I did, after we had some questions on that, I did question the reviser, and they sent me an email that said it is constitutional in regards to home rule. So I'm not sure how much clearer I can be than that.
Yeah. Again, because we did not get the chance to discuss this in committee, I think we need to pause on this. With home rule, the constitutionality of this amendment, I don't see where we should really be voting on this amendment. I ask you to vote no on the amendment to HB 2368.
Representative Oropeza.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Pro Tem. I appreciate that. And on this amendment, I appreciate the chair and the bringer of the bill, or sorry, the representative and the bringer of the bill. However, this amendment actually showcases why this bill doesn't work. Why do we have to have carve-outs if this is supposed to be access to high-quality care for all of the state of Kansas? Why are we now dictating as to where professionals can and cannot practice? And then what's the next step? What's the next carve-out we're going to have? So this is nursing today. Who will it be tomorrow? Please vote no on this amendment.
Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I'm happy that I get to talk about this amendment at this point because I think it's a really important conversation to have. As someone who lives and serves an urban area, this would give more providers to the urban area in a short term. But this amendment is not much of a compromise because it literally ensures that the CRNA in the long run for all of Kansas will be hijacked. This amendment serves the financial interests of anesthesiologists who work in these counties, and they want a workforce to supervise that can't work independently. Rural Kansas is going to pay for this because in the end, we will have fewer CRNA students. This will result in us having to shrink our CRNA student population because there will not be enough critical care spots. The critical care spots needed for these programs are in these counties, these urban counties. This is a bad trade for Kansas. This makes a bad bill even worse. And I have never seen such a zombie bill come back to life so many times. I question myself, why is it that this bill keeps coming back when we keep sending it away? I'll repeat myself. This amendment and this bill serve the financial interests of anesthesiologists who work in these counties and want a workforce to supervise that cannot work independently. If you care about anesthesia access across Kansas, then you need to support CRNAs. This is not a CRNA versus AA situation. But if we have a commitment to our CRNA programs in Kansas, we will vote this bill and this amendment down. Thank you.
Representative Wassinger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I spoke to this bill before. You go back to who's going to make the money with this bill, and it goes back to the anesthesiologists making the money. They can't operate by themselves. They can't be in there by them. I mean, they can be in there by themselves, but someone can be floating around. CRNAs can work independently and are ready to do that. And I don't think that this is appropriate to put an amendment on this bill, which is so critical to Kansas. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I move that we send the bill back to committee to discuss the amendment.
This is a debatable motion. And which committee? You wish to send it to Health and Human Services? Okay. Since we have the bill speak and the amendment column speak filled up, what we'll do is you'll raise your hand to be recognized for this motion. So the speaker recognizes Representative Susan Ruiz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I agree with the motion to send it back to Health and Human Services. Thank you, Mr. Pro Tem.
Anybody else wish to speak to the motion? Representative Will Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Leader. This effectively kills the bill for the year. I'm going to ask the body to vote this motion down.
Any further discussion on the motion? Representative Oropesa.
I would like to stand up in favor for this motion to send it back to HHS and let us work on this and come back with something that both professions can agree upon. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Representative, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I close.
You've heard the motion to refer this bill back to the Health and Human Services Committee. All those that do vote in favor will be voting to send it back to that committee. If you vote no, you will be leaving it here on the floor for continued debate. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Noes appear to have it. Division has been called. The clerk will open the roll. Has every member had the opportunity to cast their vote? The clerk will close the roll. With 62, does any member wish to change their vote? Representative Waymaster votes no. Representative Kessler votes no. Representative Rajas votes no. Are there any further changes? I am in error. Okay, thank you for the correction. I appreciate that, body. With 62 having voted in favor and 54 against, the bill is sent and referred to committee.
That's the 5:30.
The Speaker recognizes Majority Leader Croft.
Mr. Speaker, I move we stay in a recess until 5:30 PM. At 5, right? Republicans, we will calendar at 5 PM, but the motion is to stand in recess until 5:30 PM.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. We are in recess. The House will be in order. Messages from the Senate, the clerk will read.
Announcing passage of HB 2099 as amended by S sub HB 2099. Announcing passage of HB 2471 as amended, HB 2533 as amended, HB 2615 as amended, HB 2622 as amended. Announcing passage of HB 2511, 2519, 2761. The Senate adopts the Commerce Committee report to agree to disagree on HB 2004 and has appointed Senators Erickson, Murphy, and Holzer as second conferees on the part of the Senate. The Senate non-concurs in House amendments to SB 321 to request a conference and has appointed Senators Peterson, Klemp, and Corson as conferees on the part of the Senate.
The Speaker recognizes Majority Leader Croft for a motion to accede.
The Senate did not concur on House amendments to Senate Bill 321 and requested a conference. And I move the House accede to the request of the Senate and that a conference committee be appointed.
You've heard the motion. All in favor, signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The conferees on part of the House are the Speaker appoints Representatives Francis, Exis, and Helgerson. Speaker recognizes Representative Estes for a motion to adopt the Conference Committee report on House Bill 2468.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 2468 is a bill that we've talked about a couple of times this year, and that includes increasing the tax credit lid and opting into the federal tax credit program. The big change that we made since the last time we talked about this bill was we now have lowered the cap from 20 million, the proposed increase from 20 million to 15 million. The current level is $10 million. The other portion of this bill is the federal opt-in. We've kept that the same, but I would just would like to restate how important I think that this is. Both of the income guidelines for the federal opt-in and for the low-income tax credit scholarship are equal to or greater than the opt-in for Medicaid for CHIP for children. I think that this is important because this also helps public schools as well as private schools. The federal opt-in allows districts to form
Hold on,
their own.
Representative. There will not be laughing, noises, coughing, or anything else while the member is speaking from the well. We will maintain decorum. Thank you, Representative. Representative, you may continue.
Thank you. It allows you to use it for Coverdale education savings accounts. And districts can also use this. They have the ability to form their own tax credit granting organizations. It's important that we use that $1,700 that families can get. But if we don't do the federal opt-in, then that money that those families get the tax credit for goes to another state. And I'd like us to keep that money in Kansas. So, Mr. Speaker, I move to adopt the conference committee report.
Is there discussion? The Speaker recognizes Representative Stogsdill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've discussed this on numerous occasions. This is a voucher bill, and it's by any other name, it's still a voucher bill. When this was brought up beforehand, I think a lot of you who represent counties where there are absolutely no private schools. If I was representing one of those counties, I think I would probably be very hesitant to say, well, I'm taking money away from our public school in this county and giving it to private schools, which are located in basically the urban areas, certainly in Johnson County. The opponents for this included Game On for Kansas Schools, Kansas Association of School Boards, Kansas Interfaith Action League, Kansas National Education Association, Kansas Parent Teacher Association, and United School Administrators. Kansas State Board of Education, Mainstream Coalition, Stand Up Blue Valley, USD 23233, which is Olathe, and USD 512, which is Shawnee Mission. So basically, the only people that were against this bill were parents, teachers, school boards, local school boards, and all the organizations that represent those. This is a bill that should go down. And if you're for vouchers, this is your thing. If you think that public tax money ought to go for public schools, vote no on this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Seeing no further discussion, Representative Estes, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, this is a great opportunity for us to help both public and private schools with adopting the federal income tax credit program and keeping those Kansas dollars. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I move to adopt the conference committee report.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2468. Sorry, had to do it. The clerk will open the roll. You may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? For an explanation, the speaker recognizes Representative Osman.
Okay. It says 2468. What don't we appreciate? Vouchers, vouchers, boo, vouchers. Representative Osman.
As a reminder, members will be in their seats on final action. Does any other member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Ellis votes aye. The call has been ordered. The doorman will close the doors. The clerk will read the roll.
Potter Parshall, Roser, Sawyer, Adam Smith, Sweely.
Representative Sweely votes aye. Representatives will be in their chairs on final action. All right, is there any other member desire to change his or her vote? What? Call's raised. Okay, seeing none, with 76 having voted in favor and 44 against the passage of House Bill 2468, the same have received a constitutional majority. The bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. The speaker recognizes Representative Humphreys for a motion to concur on House Bill 2212.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill is brought to you in response to the recent state of emergency disaster declaration that the governor declared. If you all remember, we passed it and the Senate did not act on it because the Senate had the feeling that the World Cup coming up was not a disaster. And so it didn't actually fit with our statutes and what a disaster declaration should be. So they had a hearing in the Senate Judiciary Committee. They put it in a House bill. They put it in House Bill 2212. We had an informational hearing on it only in the House Judiciary Committee because it hadn't passed yet, so we hadn't gotten it. But
it is important that we provide law enforcement and first responders with the tools that they need to make sure that the World Cup events are safe and secure. So instead of the emergency declaration, it's an extraordinary events declaration. And it's valid for 15 days, and it may be extended by the LCC up to 90 days. It can also be terminated by the LCC. And if you're wondering, it does give the LCC permission to meet if the legislature is in session or out of session. With that, I think it'll be effective in the publication of the register. And with that, I will stand for questions.
For discussion, the speaker recognizes Representative Osment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The carrier of the motion of the CCR did an excellent job explaining it. We explained it in an agenda this morning. Sorry that it does have to go through this process in this way. A lot of it has to do with the fact that the Senate didn't get to it like that we wanted to. And so we worked through it. And as it came over here, we had to work with it within the timetable that we did. But it is a necessary bill. It's necessary for us to be able to logistically do what we have to do to allow for enforcement and protection. So I'm happy to support the motion to concur. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, Representative, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't think I ever moved. I moved that the House concur in Senate amendments to House Bill 2212, and I close.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2212. The clerk will open the roll. You may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none. With 118 having voted in favor and 2 against the passage of House Bill 2212, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. The Speaker recognizes Majority Leader Croft for a motion to suspend the rules to permit amendment and debate on final action.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Rule 2311, I move that an emergency be declared and a House Bill 2793 be advanced to that order of business, final action on bills and concurrent resolutions, subject to amendment and debate.
You've all heard the motion. All in favor, signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion passes. For the purpose of carrying House Bill 2793, the Speaker recognizes Representative Tarwater.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There were no amendments.
Please proceed.
Okay. HB 2793 establishes the Kansas Sports Facilities Authority, the governance structure needed to own and oversee the professional sports stadium in Kansas for the Kansas City Chiefs. This bill creates a limited, transparent, and accountable governing body to implement an agreement that has already been approved by the LCC. And while it protects the state, preserving legislative oversight and ensuring the stadium can operate as a true year-round public asset. It provides the legal structure necessary to move forward with the stadium project while ensuring clear oversight and accountability. It's important to note that the team funds the authority's administrative costs. No taxpayers are paying for this. It all comes out of their rent. The team assumes all liabilities and obligations from the use of the stadium. The team covers the cost of insuring the stadium. The state protects its assets through a non-relocation provision. This is something we didn't talk about today in caucus. Should the Kansas City Chiefs leave at any time, even when the lease is up, they assume the stadium. and all related costs, including taxes, or they have to raise the stadium. This stadium, or this authority, the board consists of 9 voting members. And we've added 2 ex officio members for the mayors of the host cities that elected to financially participate with us. And actually, I have an amendment that I'd like to present, Mr. Speaker.
The amendment appears short. The clerk will read.
I move to amend HB 2793 on page 5 in line 3 after the period by inserting such compensation for the executive director shall be paid from rents paid to the authority by the professional sports team that plays its games in the sports facility owned by the authority. No public funds shall be used for compensation for the executive director.
Representative, would you like to explain the amendment?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. So at the risk of messing this up, I am carrying another amendment for a person that's in the chair. Speaker Pro Tem caught this earlier today and brought it to my attention, but the Sports Authority can hire a executive director, and that executive director's salary would be approved by the LCC or by the Finance Council. And that caused a constitutional issue unless we specifically say where the money's come from. So what this amendment says is that the compensation would come from, that no public funds would be used for compensation of the executive director. It comes from the rent. I'll stand for questions on the amendment.
The speaker recognizes Representative Sawyer Clayton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Body, have reviewed this amendment and it does make the bill better. I urge your support. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Speaker Pro Tem, thanks for the good catch and keeping us safe. I close.
Heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion passes. Representative Tarwater, the floor is still yours.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll stand for questions.
The speaker recognizes Representative Sawyer Clayton.
Thank you, Mr. Pro Tem. Body, I urge you to continue this evening listening to debate and considering any amendments that might come to the bill. And I urge you all to review this thoroughly and to vote your district. Thank you.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Wow. My whole life, the Chiefs. I remember when I met E.J. Hollab from the old school. He came to recruit me to play football at KU. I just couldn't believe it. And the day I sat down on a bench and Len Dawson talked to me, what a man. All-state basketball and football back home in Ohio. I lived with those people. I admire one of our legislators who had the opportunity to be part of the Chiefs. Wow. You're all right, my friend. And now it's going to be 2.5 miles from my house. 1975 is when I first patrolling that area where the stadium is going. I know it very well. I grew up there in Wyandotte County. Who would have thought that I'd be able to hear the noise from the stadium at my house if it is built there? Well, now we're ready. You guys have worked so hard, and I appreciate that. This means something right here. But I want to also be fair to my county, my people in Wyandotte County who I represent and who have worked very hard for other venues. The racetrack. We have a Major League Soccer team, folks. We have baseball teams. We have the new Mattel Park. And this will be the crown jewel. So To support my people in Wyandotte County, I do have an amendment, and I'll submit that.
The amendment appears short. The clerk will read.
I move to amend HB 2793 on page 2 in line 30 by striking 9 and inserting 11. Also in line 30 after members by inserting including as provided by subsection D, 2 members who are mayors of cities where a sports facility is located and 9 members. On page 3 in line 40 by striking mayor and inserting mayors. Also in line 40 by striking any city in which and inserting up to 2 cities where. In line 41 by striking non-voting ex officio. On page 4 in line 18 by striking ex officio. On page 5 and line 20 by striking 5 and inserting 7.
Representative, would you care to explain your amendment?
Yes, thank you very much. I very much believe that the representatives of those 2 cities, Olathe and the Wyandotte County Unified Government, deserve a voting seat at the table. That's the way it should be. They're making all of the changes. They're supporting their communities. They need to be voting members. We also made the change to the number 7. We spoke through with our leadership. We want an odd number, and that was something that makes great sense as we work through with that. It's very simple. We wanted it simple. I wanted people to understand we can do this together. And with that, I'd stand for any questions on my amendment.
Speaker recognizes Representative Sawyer Clayton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the carrier of the amendment stand for one quick question, please?
Thank you very much.
Thank you for being here and thank you for bringing the amendment. My question is this: will the terms of these mayors now being added as full voting members be as long or similarly appointed to the ones that are appointed by the legislature? Some of the members of the board have terms that are different amounts of time, so I just wanted to make sure that it was the same amount of time.
Let me double check.
Thank you.
Seeing no further questions, Representative, you may close.
Yes, it was my understanding that as long as they are mayor, they will remain, and then they would be replaced by the new mayor.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the clarification. Body, I urge your support of this amendment. It improves the bill. Thank you.
Sorry about that. I do apologize. I was in another conversation. I apologize, body. All right, now seeing no further conversation, Representative, you may close.
Thank you so much, body. I close my motion.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion passes. We are now back on the bill. I'm Representative Johnson. Representative Johnson, you still have the floor. Are you done?
One last comment. If you don't know, Mitch Holtis lives just over 2 miles from me up in my district. I can just imagine him wanting to be able to get quickly into that stadium. And I can get to hear him say, "Touchdown, Kansas City." I'm done.
The speaker recognizes Representative Christy Williams. Can you please turn your light off and then turn it back on? Thank you. The speaker recognizes Representative Simmons.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in opposition to HB 2793. I think it's a complete waste of our time to be giving handouts, corporate handouts to billionaires at a point in time that the American people could not have more aggressively and openly said they are sick and tired of it. We all know here that the passage of this bill would enable that. We know that as we're taking this vote. It's important context to have. So I'm going to share some information with you that I find extremely relevant as we're deciding what to do with taxpayer money. And some people will say, oh, taxpayer money is not used here. But we're all intelligent individuals. We understand that's not how it's going to play out. Clark Hunt was ranked 32 of 32 NFL coaches in the 2024 NFL Players Association report card, due in part to a lack of upkeep at Arrowhead Stadium. Jackson County said they're tired of subsidizing that, and we're going to clean it up with taxpayer money? I don't think that's what we were elected to do. I support the people having a voice at the table. I support the amendment we just adopted, but broadly, I don't support this at all, and I don't think you should either. We understand that the Hunt family would have a longer and more aggressive voice at the table. They would be the only owner in the NFL to have a voting voice at the table in the financing discussion. And I just told you their own players voted them one of the most irresponsible owners. I oppose this bill. I encourage you to. Thank you.
The speaker recognizes Representative Christy Williams. I believe the representative is waiting on an amendment, so we will stand by. For further discussion, the speaker recognizes Representative Helgerson.
Carrier of the bill could stand for one question, or request. Nice tie.
Thank you, sir.
Do you have the cost benefit analysis of this?
There's not a cost benefit analysis of this
Thank you
sports
very much.
authority. This is the
Thank you.
sports authority.
Of the overall project. Okay.
This doesn't have anything to do with the project other than guardrails. That project has been signed.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. You know, and since we're killing time, I'm going to tell a story or two. My father grew up in the Depression. Now, I don't know how many of you had Depression parents, but it changes their life completely. I see somebody waving at me in the back. And my father used to tell me the story that for a whole month, they only had apples to eat. Now, I don't know if your parents ever had to go through that kind of trauma, but they ate apples for breakfast. They ate apples for lunch. My grandmother would fix them for dinner, you know, whatever they could to get by for a month. That explains a little bit my father and also me about the difficulty we have in growing up and how it changes us. My father then told me this story. Then he'd also tell me this: don't ever gamble with the lunch money. How many of you have ever heard that phrase? Don't ever gamble with the lunch money. It's an old investment statement that says if it's going to have to pay for the food off of your table, you don't gamble. You don't spend the money that you're going to have to make sure those kids have food and clothing. My fear in this bill is that maybe it's going to be successful. Maybe there's a 50% chance it's going to be successful, and this sports authority is going to be great. But if it's not 100%, you don't gamble the future of this state. You don't gamble whether or not you're going to have the money available to take care of public education. You don't gamble whether or not you're going to have the money to take care of your grandparents that are in the nursing home. You don't gamble on the future of this state off of a sports authority and the Chiefs that are making billions on this. You know, this is the most expensive stadium project in the country, and for how much we are giving. The only one that I could find that was in comparison is when Washington, D.C. And the only reason it passes is because that proposal, that contract, was with regards to all of the free land they got on the river, which is a lot more money than we have. We are risking the future of this state, and maybe it's 10%, maybe it's 50%, maybe it's 90%. But you should be concerned about it on this bill, and we didn't really have a chance to debate it previously, and that's why we're on in this one. You know, I also read the articles after I heard this was going to happen. The Kansas City sports writer made a comment, and he said, hey, you should remember that the Chiefs go up and go down. There are times when it's been very successful, as it is now, and everybody is behind the bandwagon of the Chiefs. But there have been lean years. There have been years where it was not successful. The program did not win everything. And there were empty seats. You know, I know this group wants to look at the rosy side of what's going to happen. But we have a fiduciary responsibility to the state, to the kids, to the elderly people, to all those individuals that aren't going to be speaking here. They're just waiting and gambling on their future. We have never had so little information and jumped such a leap that may or may not turn out well for the state of Kansas. I urge you not to support this bill. I urge you to go back and look at how we should fund it, or if we should fund it. And I don't care if there's threats coming from the second floor or not. They never bothered me before, and I would simply say, bring it on.
We are still waiting on amendments. The Speaker recognizes Representative Simmons for a second time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to build on what my colleague from Sedgwick County was speaking about. The Hunt family has a net worth of $24.8 billion. That's hard to understand. That's hard to contextualize. The median Kansas household net worth is $144,000. How many tax breaks has this body passed to this point during session for our constituents? How many? It would take 248,000 years of working at $100,000 per year to accumulate the same net worth that Clark Hunt has, which, to reiterate again, $24.8 billion in net worth. And the Kansas taxpayers are to finance 60% of this $4 billion stadium when they very clearly could pay for it themselves. Not to mention, on the Sports Authority, they have a longer and, again, louder voice there than the taxpayers. And for what reason? Their money is their vote. They don't need another one. Please do not support giving our people's money to a cause that is going to have problems. Every economist says that these public sports deals on stadiums are a raw deal for taxpayers. This is old news. I know this as a young legislator. I know it's not the first time many of you have heard it. This is the time to exercise your elected power and represent the taxpayers, not the Clark Hunt empire. Thank you.
The body will stand by. For further discussion, the speaker recognizes Representative Carr.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. As long as we have a few moments, and you probably don't want me to grace you with the song, then I will indulge you in this. As my colleague mentioned, the family certainly doesn't need any additional financial assistance. However, there are families that live in those communities that are near that stadium site that could use some financial assistance. Now, I know that many of us probably don't care about those families, but those families are there. I just want you to think about this while you're contemplating what you might do with respect to this bill. These families are going to be at a point where their property taxes are going to rise. It said it's going to take 5 years for this to take place with respect to the completion of the stadium. But during that time, the property taxes are going to continue to rise and rise for those families that are in close proximity of that stadium. Many of those families in homes that have been there for years, many of those who are occupied by seniors, and those seniors are on fixed incomes. As those property taxes rise and the value rises, How do they afford that? Neither this body nor the Commerce Department nor our governor's office or anyone has come up with the plan to assist them in paying their property taxes. So what do? They're forced to sell. You are forced to sell your family home because we decided that it was more important to give billionaires more money. And then where do you move? Where do you go on the property that you sold, that you've lived in your entire life, that you've had to move out of now because you can't afford the taxes? Again, I know many of you probably don't care about those families, but that's called gentrification because those are the families that live there in Wyandotte. Those are the families that will no longer afford to live there and they'll have to move. And most likely they'll go from a homeowner to a renter. And what does that do with that thing that we call generational wealth? But we can all pat ourselves on the back and say that we helped a billionaire become richer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
And we are still waiting on the amendment, so we will stand at ease unless somebody else would like to come up and talk. The body will come back to order. The speaker recognizes Representative Christy Williams.
All right, thank you, body, for your patience. I have an amendment.
The amendment is medium, so I'll let you go ahead and read it, or go ahead and present. Yep, go ahead, Representative. What is your amendment?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The amendment is medium, so I will try to explain it and then let y'all look at it. Item number 1 on the amendment is the core coma. We actually do believe that this is a political subdivision that is already covered by law. It is an authority. Authorities are political subdivisions, and so it would be subject to coma and cora. We do believe that. That is already inside the bill. However, to be abundantly clear, we did add the provision that the authority is subject to coma and cora. In doing so, the revisers believed that to be subject, that they would need to strike a section for immediate action, and that would have been on page 5, lines 23 through 28. That's one piece of the amendment. The second piece of the amendment says, nothing in this act shall authorize the authority to enter into any contract, agreement, or business relationship with any other professional sport or franchise other than the professional sports team, which is the NFL, that is a member of this authority. So bottom line, this authority is for the NFL. This authority is not for any other professional team. With that, I'll stand for questions.
For discussion, the speaker recognizes Representative Sawyer Clayton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Upon review, I do find that the amendment makes the bill better. I look forward to seeing people on both sides of the aisle come to support this. Thank you.
Representative Kahar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Some concerns I received from constituents were that we have other Star Bond projects within our community, and the Star Bonds projects we've been waiting for years to pay off to be a benefit to Wyandotte County. And so we wanted to make sure that once those Star Bonds are paid off, once that piece of it's done, that those would still come back on the local tax rolls and be a benefit to our community. So I support this amendment. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, Representative, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I close.
You've heard the motion. All in favor, signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The amendment passes. Is there any further discussion on House Bill 2793? Seeing none. Representative, you may close. Nope. Representative Wagner.
Colleagues, I think the fundamental question here is just why we're in the mess that we're in. I mean, we're literally having to deal with a bill that you couldn't find an actual economist who would actually support this type of information. You know, we were sold to the chief that this is some big economic development. It's actually for the people. It's actually going to turn out for the good. But the problem is when you start looking for actual evidence of that, you literally don't see it. I mean, you will have the people who can articulate some conceivable theory as to why it is, but there are such a thing as sports economists, and they have studied this topic for years. It is actually a well-researched subject because there have been stadium subsidies have been going on for years. There was a big boom in the 1990s where cities somehow thought that this would be a potential economic development tool, and they started using it, you know, very widely. You still have stadiums that are funded privately, as they should be because of the private corporation, but the kind of stunning thing about it was, and just some of this stuff, you know, you read at, you know, you kind of get onto the topic, then you get off of it. But there's been like 30 years of research, over 130 studies on sports stadium, and the overwhelming consensus is it is not, there is no return on investment. The notion that somehow this is going to spur economic development is continually knocked to the floor by reputable economists. There was a University of Chicago study where they asked 43 leading economists their opinion of sports stadium subsidies. They could only find one person who thought it arguably had an economic justification, and that person was strictly on the basis of just sort of a nebulous sort of public good feeling. You constantly have people investigating this topic, and they come up with the same conclusion. You know, we are elected by the people. Have you talked to the people in your district about this whole situation that we're in? I mean, I know where I am. I do not have people patting me on the back for what the legislature has done. I have people that are appalled by the pure economics of it, the fact that you're talking about a billionaire family. I mean, they don't know bankers who could loan them the money to build this stadium if it actually made financial sense. You have since 2000, there have actually been 8 stadiums and arenas that have been built without public support. You have other stadiums that are not built with 60%, 70% public support, but it's like 20% or 30%. You have opinion polls that have been taken in the state of New York where there was a situation with the Buffalo Bills. The Siena College poll had 63% of, thank you, Mr. Speaker, the 63% of the residents opposed the measure. You had, when the Chiefs thing got going here back in December, you had polls going on. You could only find like 40% of actual support for having public subsidies for the Chiefs. I think the underlying problem is the trajectory that we're on. The trajectory is that we have public money going for the benefit of a private corporation, one that has said that they would pull out of the deal if they don't get their tax-free bond treatment, even though technically a municipal bond is supposed to be for the public benefit. If you have a municipal bond that's over 10% where it's going to a private benefit, which arguably is what you have here, it should actually just be a regular corporate bond. But instead, we're told that we're supposed to acquiesce to that sort of demand. I think this is really when you think about this, this is something that really truly crosses party lines. We've already had a number of the minority party speak out against this just on the pure grounds that anything is better than what we have right now. And I would say from the majority party, I mean, for heaven's sake, when I was a college student, you had, if you were a conservative Republican, you had Milton Friedman from the University of Chicago, you had, Henry Hazlitt, you had multiple, Murray Rothbard, who wrote books on economics. And for heaven's sake, they didn't write books justifying that somehow there is a magic of, the wise people in the legislature, the wise people in the bureaucracy are going to be picking winners and losers, and somehow that's how your economy is going to grow. So I would urge you colleagues to turn this measure down, that you have an opportunity still to make your voice heard. And with that, I urge you to vote no, and appreciate your attention. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, Representative, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. All right, so I think it's important to point out that what we're considering today is not the Star Bond deal. It's not the Star Bond agreement. It's not the Star Bond bill. It's not the term sheet. This is simply a very limited, transparent, and accountable governing body that oversees the deal that is already done. This does not provide any additional tax breaks. This does not provide any property tax handouts. There's nothing in this bill that does any of that. That deal is done. This is just our opportunity to put guardrails on it and have oversight of the project. There are other ways for this to be owned by the state. This is not the only way. And I mean, so if we vote this down, it doesn't hurt the deal, it doesn't kill the deal. It just makes it so that you all don't have a say in this. And that's not, I don't think that's what you want. I think you want to have a say in this. And that's as simple as that. So this is not the agreement. This is not the star bond. But since we seem to want to make it about that, we need to look at the revenue side of this program. We're going to look at the revenue side for just a minute. I'm sorry we got to put you through this, but all we heard about was all the negative stuff and how we're spending a lot of money. Well, that $4 billion project, that's going to be spent in one of the poorest communities in the state of Kansas. $4 billion. Hello, commerce fans. Wake up, commerce fans. This is what commerce is about. It's about building things and building big things. And we're talking about 20,000 careers here. Labor is all for this. Those people will be spending dollars in Wyandotte County. They're not giving up their increment anywhere in the county that already exists. They're giving up their increment, their sales tax increment, in a field that has no retail in it. Those 20,000 people with the 20,000 careers are going to be spending money all over Wyandotte County up there. They're going to be staying in the hotels. They're going to be eating in the restaurants. They're going to be buying retail. And if you look at what happened in DeSoto, the Panasonic deal, still being built. $9 million in payroll a week, still. They created so much economic activity around that plant that all that sales tax went to the bottom line, and they lowered property tax. We're talking about property tax up here for the last half hour. This is how you lower it. You have an increase in sales tax and economic activity, and that's what this program does. So I'd like you to keep that revenue side in mind. And for the state, sure, our district might be bigger than what we anticipated, and there might be some inflationary breakage there, but all of that labor, $3 billion in labor, is going to pay income tax to the state of Kansas that we would not otherwise have. The players, when they come in 5 years, we anticipate the income tax of the players to be close to $50 million. And with a salary increase of 15% every year, that'll go up. That more than pays for what the state inflationary factor might be. So now that we looked at the revenue side, and we might have debunked a little bit of the star bond deal, let's focus on the fact that this gives us a say. It doesn't do anything additional to the deal. The deal is the deal. Stadium's going to be built. It's going to be owned by the state. This is your opportunity to have a say. That's all it does. So with that, I would really appreciate your vote, and I really appreciate the debate, especially in my caucus. All of my bills get looked at extremely closely for some reason, but I'm glad for that. Have a nice night, and I would ask that when we rise and report, I just close? I just can close. Good night, all. Thanks for hearing me.
Thank you, Representative. This constitutes final action on House Bill 2793. The clerk will open the roll. You may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. All right. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire for an explanation? The speaker recognizes Representative Simmons.
Mr. Chair, I vote no on HB 2793. Claims that this will not result in tax hikes for Kansans are simply disingenuous. I join economists from around the world in rejecting a deal that's been mocked as the worst in NFL history. I vote no on HB 2793 and no on billionaire welfare. Signed myself, Representative Lynn Melton, and Representative Heather. 'Meyer. 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 'Meyer.
When I first learned that we would be taking additional votes related to the Chief Stadium and Practice Facility deal this session, I set metrics that would be acceptable to my county, my city, my constituents, and myself. I have consulted with many about these metrics and have made them clear to many people inside this building and out. Those metrics included seeing final boundaries for the Star Bond District that were more compact. As these metrics have not been yet met, I vote no on House Bill 2793.
Any further explanation of votes? Representative Mosley. Members will be in their seat on final action. Representative Hubert is excused.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I vote no on House Bill 2793. I did not come to this conclusion lightly. However, I do have a strong opposition to socializing expenses and privatizing profits. And even though I did not get a vote on the first time that you all voted to give billionaires our money, this is the only vote that I actually give. And I feel like it's really hard to live in a community where the average person can't afford a $500 expense. And we're constantly telling them what to do and how to budget their way out of poverty when they barely make a living wage. But somehow we're able to find billions of dollars for someone worth $24.8 billion. Congratulations, everybody. We finally made socialism real in Kansas. Thank you.
Representative Wassinger is excused. Any further explanation of votes? Representative Wagner.
I vote no because Ronald Reagan is turning over in his grave.
Representative Sawyer Clayton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I vote no with the understanding that I am placing my position at a strong point heading into conference. There are still a number of things about this bill that can be improved, although I was pleased with the improvements that were made on the floor today. I need to set my position where it is now and continue to negotiate in good faith with my colleagues as we move forward into conference. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Bohai.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I vote yes because I think the guardrails necessary and what we need as the state of Kansas are being implemented, and I'm a strong supporter. Thank you.
Any further explanation of votes? Seeing none, does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none. With 79 having voted in favor and 41 against the passage of House Bill 2793, the same having received a constitutional majority of the bill is hereby declared passed. Clerk will record the vote. Reports of standing committees. The clerk will read.
The Committee on Judiciary recommends Senate Bill 408 be amended and the bill be passed as amended. The Committee on Agriculture and Natural Resources recommends SB 390 be amended by substituting with a new bill to be designated House substitute for Senate Bill number 390 as follows: an act concerning agriculture, and the substitute bill be passed. The Committee on Corrections and Juvenile Justice recommends Senate Bill 487 as amended and the bill be passed as amended. The Committee on Corrections and Juvenile Justice recommends Senate Bill 374 as amended and the bill be passed as amended. The Committee on Agriculture and Natural Resources recommends Senate Bill 407 as amended and this by Senate Committee be passed. The Committee on Taxation recommends House Bill 2036 be amended and the bill be passed as amended. The Committee on Education recommends Senate Bill 339 as amended and the bill be passed as amended. The Committee on Corrections and Juvenile Justice recommends Senate Bill 459 as amended and the bill be passed as amended. The Committee on Education recommends Senate Bill 384 as amended and be passed. The Committee on Education recommends Senate Bill 381 as amended and the bill be passed as amended. The Committee on Education recommends Senate Bill 406 be amended and the bill be passed as amended. The Committee on Education recommends Senate Bill 340 as amended and the bill be passed as amended. The Committee on Federal and State Affairs recommends Senate Bill 452 as amended and the bill be passed as amended. The Committee on Federal and State Affairs recommends Senate Bill 502 be passed. The Committee on Federal and State Affairs recommends Senate Bill 1 as amended by Senate and be passed. The Committee on Water recommends Senate Bill 184 as amended and the bill be passed as amended. Committee on Appropriations recommends that HB 2543 is amended and the bill be passed as amended.
Are there announcements? Representative Weichel will replace Representative Brownlee Page on the House Committee on Welfare Reform on Tuesday, March 17th. The appointment will expire at the end of the day on Tuesday. Representative Meyer replaces Representative Simmons on the House Committee on Welfare Reform on Tuesday, March 17th, and the appointment will expire at the end of the day on Tuesday. Representative Amix will replace Representative Sawyer on the House Committee on Taxation on Tuesday, March 17th, 2026. The appointment will expire at the end of the day on Tuesday. Representative Stogsdill. Never mind.
No, he needs to. We're going to meet at 8 and then start it here at 9.
Democrats, we will have agenda tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Excellent. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Seeing no further announcements, the Speaker recognizes Majority Leader Croft for a motion to adjourn.
All right, get your pens out. Here we go. First off, Republicans, we will calendar tomorrow morning in the old Supreme Court at 8 a.m. All right. Long list. Mr. Speaker, in accordance with House Rule 1502, posting a sequence for the succeeding day, the following bills will appear on the calendar under the heading of General Orders for March 18th. Senate Bill 51, Senate Bill 375, Senate Bill 232, Senate Bill 380, Senate Bill 55, Senate Bill 448, Senate Bill 327, Senate Bill 334, Senate Bill 418, Senate Bill 260, Senate Bill 356, Senate Bill 364, Senate Bill 391, Senate Bill 390, Senate Bill 407, Senate Bill 425, Senate Bill 426, SCR 1603, House Bill 2036, House Bill 2773, Senate Bill 434, Senate Bill 459, Senate Bill 374, Senate Bill 487, Senate Bill 398, Senate Bill 408, Senate Bill 462, Senate Bill 480, and Senate Bill 481. That should be good for the morning. No, I'm tired. It's the whole day. Good to go? And I'll give you the list afterwards. You get, and it'll be posted here in a minute. With that, Mr. Speaker, I move the House adjourn until Wednesday, March 18th at 9:30 a.m.
You've heard the motion. All in favor, signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and we are adjourned.